Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the 2022 Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes. Beginning our show today, raw show. I have a single entry coming into the ring right now. I'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Zach Butler. He'll be sorting through all of our cattle today.
Well, good morning. It's an honor to be here with you today as we work through the open show and your breeders sweepstakes. And I think a good way to start off this morning. I like this female, this Simmental female of February that this young lady brings to us. She's good at the ground in terms of her foot size. Really a long-spined, loose-structured type of female that gives me a nice feminine look. These just a well-built individual is going to make a tremendous cow for this young lady on down the road. Congratulations to her on first class winner of the day.
First place in Class 1 goes to Callie Heaton with her February 16th daughter. We're now ready for class number 2. We have a single entry from Caitlin Bell. This is a November 16th, 2020 female.
Another single entry here in our Simmental show. Once again, a really long, extended maid type of female. We'll compare it against that first class winner and get you a champion in reserve here in just a moment. But another nice class winner. Congratulations, young lady.
First place in Class 2 went to Caitlin Bell. We're now ready to show for our grand champion, Simmental Heifer. Back in the ring at this time, we have an entry from Callie Heaton from Class 1 with a February 16th female. And our Class 2 winner from Caitlin Bell with a November 16th, 2020 female.
Just a pair of them here. I'll show, but a good pair of cattle. A lot of similarities amongst them in terms of their length of body and their bone work. I guess the heifer that comes from that first class, I think, is one that just has maybe a little difference to her. Really up-headed, probably better from hooks to pins. You get in behind these cattle, and she tracks out a little truer and wider for me. The red female, like we talked, so long-bodied, so extended. To get just a little fronted, a little lower in her pin set there. Just doesn't balance up quite for in front of her. I'm going to go ahead and use the black and white for champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion, Simmental Heifer, goes to Callie Heaton. Reserve grand champion to Caitlin. In the ring at this time, we have our single entry Class 3 percentage cow-calf pair from McCloy Landwehr. This is an October 2019 female with a December 2nd calf at side.
Just one percentage pair out here today, but really a nice duo. Young man, the calf there at side, I think is one that hits me really hard just in terms of his three-dimensional look. Super stout, super big-bodied individual, good in his joints and in his angles. You know, the cow there doing an awesome job, really a nice uniform, refined udder with her. You know, this would probably be the place all day that there'll be no dispute. This one will be your champion in your percentage cow-calf pair show. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Nice job. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to our grand champion percentage cow-calf pair, to McCoy Landwehr with PPCC Evening Tinge 4338. An October 2019 female. Calf at side is MCCL Macho Man J123. He's a December 2nd, 2021 calf. Right, take a quick break for pictures. As soon as we get through with those, we'll start back up with our percentage heifer show.
sir.
We're now ready to begin our percentage heifer show of the 2022 Simmental Breeders Sweepstakes. Entering the ring right now is class number 4. These are percentage heifers born before March 2022. We have a single entry from Hannah Tremaine with a March 4th, 2022 female. This will also be our champion junior calf.
We get started in this percentage heifer show. A March red heifer calf this young lady brings. Super sharp, super stylish. A lot of future ahead of this one. Obviously, probably first time out and wanting to fight it just a little bit, and that's okay. Need to get her feet wet and get her out here in the ring. But one that gives you a good look right here from the profile, just in terms of presence and balance. I think she'll be fun to mess with on down the road. Congratulations.
Again, our Class 4 winner goes to Hannah Tremaine. She will also be our champion junior calf. We're now ready to show class number 5, percentage heifers born from October to November 2021. We have 3 entries in this class. I'd like to also introduce our judge for today, Mr. Zach Butler from Milton, Tennessee. Zach owns and operates Butler Creek Farms along with his wife Autumn, his 2 girls Henley and Emery, and his parents Michael and Barbie. They raise Gelbvieh, Balancer, and Angus cattle. Zach's a graduate of Black Hawk East Junior College in Oklahoma State with a degree in animal science. He is a member of the judging team at both colleges and currently has 3 cells a year, an online female and embryo cell in November, a bull cell and commercial female cell, and an online female and embryo cell in the spring. I'd like to welcome Zach and appreciate him coming out and sorting through the cattle today.
As we get into some of these fall-born females here, you know, I'll just say we do a lot of fall calving at home. I'm a big fan of a fall program, and I think that these females have a great place in the industry. A good trio here. I think there's a lot of differences in these 3 individuals, you know, and I can see where some folks might like some certain traits about 1 or 2 others, but for me, in terms of just balance, in terms of femininity, in terms of putting all the right things together, this young lady's heifer does it pretty handily out here in this particular class. She's the big-bodied, loose-structured one that still gives you a good look. She toes ahead good there at the ground off all 4 corners. A female, I think, in comparison to the one right behind her, just laid in better at her shoulder, and the way she handles the top side of that shoulder too when she gets out and goes, just a real solid place to start for me in that particular class. Young man's heifer coming here in second. From her shoulders back, I like this female too. I think she's got some rib shape. She's got some muscle expression. She's good out of her hip and the angle to her hind leg. I just change her up through that front 1/3 in terms of the way her shoulders laid onto her skeleton. She gets a little bolder there at the bottom of it, a little straighter through her knee. You can see that kind of correlating in how she works off the top side of that blade as well when she gets out and goes. The big-footed, stout one's the one coming out here in third, and I appreciate all those things about her. I like them with big legs and big feet. You get in behind this one, she certainly doesn't disappoint. For me, she's just a little too tubular today. I think if she softens up and just gives me a shot more maternal look about her, I think this one on down the road has got some pieces that you certainly like. She, too, is just maybe not quite right in her front-end structure in comparison to the one that specifically that we used to start. But that's a good class there, nice class, first class of those fall-born females. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 5. First place went 1009 from Cali Cloud with Wallace Princess, 104J. Second place to Parker Sissel with Steel Sarzak, K19J. And third place to Eric Schaefer with BTYL Wahoo, 433J. Now entering the ring is class number 6, percentage heifers born September 2021. Following this class, we'll be showing for our champion senior calf.
Nice class of these fall-born heifers here. And, you know, this class, it runs deep all the way from the start to the finish. And I think we've got a pair of cattle out here on the top end that just for my type, my kind, these are the ones that I prefer. Within that pair, the heifer that we start with, they're at the ground in terms of her foot size, in terms of her bone. She's got advantages over the heifer right behind her. I think as you study the cattle from there up, she too is laid in at the point of her shoulder, a little more ideal, and just in terms of how it sets onto her skeleton, and she really explodes from there back. You know, she maybe hits you at first from the profile as one you think probably just a shot flat. I wouldn't call her flat. I call her smooth in her muscle shape. I think you get in behind these cattle, she's wide base, she's wide top, she's stout hip. This one just gives you a really impressive look from about every angle that you kind of get in on her and try to evaluate her. The young lady here that wins the showmanship contest in this class, she's got a really good one as well. I like this one's type. I like her kind. She's broody. She's maternal. She's really youthful in her appearance up through that head and neck. Like I said, you compare the one that we start with, not as much foot, not as much bone, just a shot more open there at the point of her shoulder. I don't think she's straight fronted by any means. She's just a little bolder there in that lower shoulder, but that one's awfully nice as well. The one that fits her in terms of just hair and presence out here is this young man's calf here in third. This one's another one that's bold sprung, big bodied. She probably does have more foot and more bone than the one that goes right in front of her. But within that first trio, she's the one that gets a little straighter shouldered, gets a little more bolder and rounder about her shoulder, kind of caves in right in there behind it through that forerib and flank. But that one's really big-bodied, broody type female there in that third hole. I like the heifer here in fourth, another one that's not lacking for some foot size and from some stoutness of bone. She just doesn't fit with those first three. She's one that just gets a shot rounder in her kind. She wants to break in her loin ever so slightly and kind of crank that tail head up for me a little bit. But I like this one's muscle. I like her bone and her stoutness, a long-bodied, long-spined one that's got a lot of useful pieces to her. A lot of the same things can be said for this young lady's heifer that's coming next. Another one that doesn't lack in terms of being frail or being too refined. I think she has advantages probably even over the heifer there in second in terms of those traits. For me, she's just a little plainer. She's a little harder to look at and gets a little rounder in her kind, not as ideal in her leg set as she gets out and goes. I think that one's functional. Just maybe make her a little more ideal in the way she handles that hip and hind leg. And then a real youthful one here to conclude the class. Just not enough of this calf here today to get her up much higher. Really good class of those fallborns. Be a nice division here in just a moment. Congratulations to all of them.
Results of class number 6. First place went to Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms with RPCMFM style of J080. Second place went to Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms with Rockin' P Built to Love J090. Third place to Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms with CMFM Bandy Maid J083. Fourth place to Trinipole Farms and Arabella Mines with STCC Follow Serena 167J. Fifth place to Cassidy Eagleburger with BSF Glamorous 1914J. And sixth place to Shelby Mankey with MF05LA. We're now showing for our champion senior calf. Back in the ring at this time, we have our first and second winners out of classes 5 and 6. This division is sponsored by Kitzerow Cattle Company of St. Charles.
really nice division of these fall heifer calves out here. You know, I said a few minutes ago that we do a lot of this at home, and I'm a big fan of falls, whether it be these fall calves, or later on we're going to see some senior yearlings. And you know, I spent some time with some folks here the past week, and you know, watching some shows throughout the summer. You know, senior yearlings or falls in general, I think are tough to beat this time of year, whether they're the calves. We were fortunate enough to get along with a calf this summer at Junior Nationals, or it may be a senior yearling. You know, I think the summertime is a great place to show these off. They kind of have their time and their place, and a good way to start it off here this morning. I think all four of these calves have got some quality to them. I think they've got some future to them, and it starts at the ground with me. I like them sound. I like them flexible. They don't have to be the hairiest things in the world by any means. A good cattle are good cattle, but at the same time, I do believe it starts at the ground, and from there up, you can build upon that. And I think all four of these are a good example of what I hope to find throughout the day, and know that there's going to be a lot of quality still yet to come. We won't spend a whole lot of time talking these. Those first two class winners are really nice, as long as with those respective seconds. The young lady's heifer out of that first class, you know, like we talked to her, she's sound, she's practical, she's a good-built female. Maybe not quite as much style and pizzazz as a couple of other ones, but I think this one's got a great future. The pair that came out of that last class, I think, hit me really hard. Again, they're just cattle that I like from the ground up. We're going to keep those two together. They'll be your champion in reserve out here in this division. Give them a nice hand.
Your champion senior calf goes to Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms, with RPCMFM Stylish Love J08. Your reserve champion senior calf also goes to Rockin' P Farms and Circle M Farms, with Rockin' P Built to Love J08. Now entering the ring is class number 7. These are percentage heifers born July of 2021. We have a single entry in this class.
Single entry July female this young lady brings to us, a big boned stout one, big bodied female that's got some youthfulness to her that way. You know, if you could change her, I'd maybe pick her pins up ever so slightly and see her flex that hock just a little bit better for me out here today, but certainly some things to appreciate. We'll compare against the Mays here in just a few moments for this summer division. Congratulations to her on her class winner.
First place in class number 7 went to Cassidy Eagleberger with BFBSF Erica 1614J. We're now ready for class number 8, percentage heifers born May 2021. We'll have 3 entries in this class. Following this class, we'll be showing for champion summer yearling female.
Nice logical class of these May heifers for me out here. A good one to start just in terms of her balance, in terms of her kind, in comparison to the other two females. I think she wins rather handily. Again, just a solid place for me to start here in this class. We'll see her again in just a few moments when we bring her back out in our division lineup. I think the pair to sort is second and third, and honestly, within that pair, I find the young man's heifer a logical second as well. I think she's just a longer spine, more upstanding, bigger scale type of female that's a little more ideal in terms of how she handles that hip and hind leg. She doesn't have the style or the balance or the depth of body in our class winner. That's kind of what keeps her in the middle of the road out here today. But still, I prefer a lot of advantages in her over the one in third. The young ladies have her in third, a moderate, low input, easy keeping type of female, easy fleshing individual. If this one just get out and reach and travel a little bit better, I can maybe see swapping that pair, but she gets pretty tight and restricted out of her hip when she wants to get out and go for me out here today. Nice, solid class there, those Mays. We'll bring your division back out here in just a second.
First place in Class 8 went to Rocking Bee Livestock and Circle M Farms with BCR Time to Shine J080. Second place went to Jacob Polliner with ADF Joe. Third place to Lila Sissel with BRTN Julia J009. We're now showing for our champion summer yearling female. Have both these class winners back in the ring at this time. This division sponsored by Mad Luke Cattle Co. of Arcadia, Indiana.
Not many in this summer division, but some quality to find out here, no doubt. Like we talked, the young ladies heifer out of that first class, I think a female that you have to like in terms of bone, in terms of foot size, in terms of just mass and depth through the center part of her rib cage. She's probably deeper in that center part of her body than even the heifer right behind her. I think maybe she doesn't balance up quite as nice and neat. She's a little tighter and pinched there through her forerib. I'd like to change that rear 1/3 just in terms of how she handles that hip and hind leg when she gets out on the go, but there's still a lot of things to like in her. A really up-headed, attractive one that, like I said, is super bold and deep there through the center part of her rib cage. Young ladies May heifer that comes out of the second class. Again, just her balance, her kind, I think suit me really well. She's correct and level and relaxed in her spine. She's good from hooks to pins, and the way she handles that hind leg when she gets out on the go. A female that just does a lot of the right things out here today. She's going to be your champion, a nice respective second out of that class as well, but we're going to go back with our July heifer and make her reserve. Give them a nice round of applause.
Percentage heifers born April of 2021.
Interesting class here as we get into some of these April females, and a lot of differences all the way down the line. I think there's not just a pair of cattle in here that are similar in their type and kind, but the one that we're going to start with for me is the most maternal. She's the broodiest female. She's the most elegant. The one that just looks the most like a female, and then you ask these cattle to go, she reaches and travels and fills that track and can get out and go with the best of them. Does she need a shot more bone? Yeah, probably. But this one's got a nice brood cow look about her through the center part of that rib cage. I love her structure. I love her feminine look that she's got out here. I think it's from there back, that you can do a few different things and sort the cattle a little bit different. But for me, I'm still pretty confident in this second place heifer here that falls right in behind that class winner. She does have a little more foot, a little more bone to her. She's a long-bodied heifer at the profile. Gives you a good look. I think in comparison to the one that wins the class, she needs more center body. She needs a softer look. Then you get in behind these cattle, and she's by some margin narrower and flatter made than the one that we used to start with. Our young man's calf here in third. I like this heifer in terms of her shape. I think she's big top, bold rib, got plenty of power and mass out of her hip. If she would just get out and go and travel a little better than what she does, I'd probably move her up a spot in this class. But there's times that she really wants to struggle out of that hip, and the way she flexes those rear two, for me, she's not as attractive as those first two heifers. Doesn't bother me a great deal. I just like to see her get out and reach a little better in what she does. Young lady's heifer here in fourth. Another one that gives you a real good look. Probably the wildest neck, most up-headed, attractive one that we've got out here. She just hits me as one that's just a little hard. She's a little tight, little pinch through that forerib out here today. Travels good. I'd just like to just see her a little easier keeping in her kind. Then a real moderate one's the one coming out here next in line. There's just not enough scale, not enough length of body for me to get this heifer up any higher. Nice class, a lot of differences. A good class winner there to lead off. Congratulations.
Results of class number 9. First place went to Bryce Mowbray with Wallen Travel Gal, 185J. Second place to Addison Bartlow with ALL WFR Miss Blackwatch, 143J. Third to Cinch Dowling with Cat Ruby, 104J. Fourth to Tyler Abney with BCR Zenyadia. Fifth place to Piper Still with OBCC Frontier Gal. We're now showing class number 10, percentage heifers born March 2021.
Nice pair of marches here. Again, for me, the one to find was pretty easy just in terms of the type and kind that I'm looking for. A big-bodied, attractive one that gives you a real maternal look there at the stand. I think within that pair, too, you set these cattle out on the go, and she's just a little more comfortable in the way she gets out. I would like to see maybe a little more flex to her hock, but I still think she sets them down with a little more comfort and ease and just reaches and travels a little more ideal in my mind out here today. The young lady's blaze-faced one that's going to go second, long, extended made type of female. I like her foot. I like her bone. She just gets a little straighter off of both ends of her skeleton. I think you can kind of see that when she gets out on the move, just a little tighter, a little more restricted, but still a good look there at the stand. For two that, maybe just want to open her up a shot more in comparison to the one we start with. Nice class there of our marches. Congratulations.
Results of Class 10. First place to Al Cloud with BCR Sticky Sweet. Second to Hannah Tremaine with Tremaine Lucy. Entering the ring at this time is class number 11, percentage heifers born January to February 2021.
Nice class of our February cattle that we bring back out here. A good pair on top. I think these are the big-bodied, bold-sprung ones that we've got in the group. And within that pair, the young lady's heifer just has more bone. She's got more foot. She's a stouter, bolder-sprung kind of female within that pair. You know, there's some things I'd like to change about her. She's a little broken there in her loin. Her tail head sets up just a little bit. I'd like to refine that udder ever so slightly. But still a quality heifer there to go ahead and lead off with. Young man's heifer here in second. I like this one's refinement to her teats there underneath, more ideal. And that's what I kept going back and forth about a little bit. I do prefer that. And I think also within that pair today, she's the one that just gets a little frailer, a little more refined. If she was a little better in her top line, you know, she too's got some issues right there in her loin relative to the one that we start with. I think it gets a little even closer there, but you kind of go back and forth and weigh totals, and I think that the heifer that we start with needs to win the class today. At the stand, at the profile, I really like this young lady's heifer here in third. She's the most collected in her spine. She's the best out of her tail head and out over her hip. You get in behind these cattle, though, and she's just not as bold, not as opened up as the two that go out in front of her, but a nice heifer there to go in that third hole. Our two remaining females, I think, fit together within that pair. The young lady here coming in fourth, female's just a little sounder, a little more functional there at the ground. I prefer that over the heifer we conclude with. Heifer we conclude's got more bone, got more foot, probably a little more muscle shape, but just a little too straight, a little too tight for me on both ends. Nice class, good pair on top.
Results of first place to Morgan Jackson with HCO definite. We're now showing for champion junior yearling heifer. This division is sponsored by Fox Creek of Newton. Test.
interesting division out here, these springborns, and there's a lot of quality. There's a lot of differences amongst the group as well, and I'll just tell you how I see them. I'll be completely honest with you. There's maybe just not one out here that I'm just totally in love with, and I think wins handily. I think they've all got parts and pieces to them that, you know, you wish you could kind of mold one of them together and you'd have one that was pretty unique. But that's not the case. The cattle are here in front of us, and I'll kind of tell you how I see them. The young man's heifer out of that first class, you know, we talked to her. Just one that's just maternal. She is what she is. She's long. She's extended. She's good in her spine. I love her rib shape and her dimension through the center part of her skeleton. She needs a little more foot, a little more bone compared to some, but still, I think that's a heifer that's got a lot of quality as well. The one out of that second class, young lady, maybe pull her up just a shot there. She's not giving me the greatest look at the moment, but that's one that I do like. I think this heifer, in terms of her balance out here with heifers on either side of her, is as good as any of them. Is she the biggest bodied one? No. Is she the biggest boned one? No, but I think everything fits together. You know, we talked there at the stand. She wants to hammer that hind leg down just a shot. Maybe just appears to be a nickel straighter there than some, but you set this one in motion. I think she's comfortable. She's relaxed. I like this one's head and her neck. I think she's got a lot of things to appreciate. The big, stout, power one, long-bodied one, the one that's presented to the nines, is the one out of this last class. You have to appreciate those things about her. She's the biggest footed. She's the biggest bone. She's the longest spined one that we've got out here. But with that, I don't like her down her top. I'd like to fix her there. She's a little coarse tail-headed. I don't like her udder either there underneath. I'd like to refine that ever so slightly. So like I say, there's things you like about each and every one of these heifers. There's things that each and every one of them have better than the other one. We got some respective seconds over there, a young man that come out of that last class. That's a big-bodied, broody, easy-keeping one that you got to like, too. She just gets a little outmassed, and compared to maybe the heifer that wins that class, like we talked, if she was better in her top line, I'd probably go ahead and roll you to the top. But she's got some of the same issues as the one that we used to win that class with. Good lineup. I'm going to take another look at them. I haven't made my mind up. You take the one home that you like best. I'll show you how I sorted them out here today. But give these guys a big round of applause. Nice group of cattle.
Champion Junior Yearling Female goes to Caitlin Cloud with Jay's All Something About Mary. BCR Sticky Sweet, J075, a daughter of Jay's All Something About Mary. Reserve Junior Champion Female goes to Bryce Mowbray from Salem, Missouri with Wallace Travel Gal 185J. We're now ready to show class number 12. Percentage heifers born in November of 2020. We have 3 entries. This class will also be our champion senior yearling female. Division sponsored by Vestlane Farms of Polk, Missouri.
Last class of the day here before we get into Champion Drive, and what a really, really good way to kind of wrap things up with an impressive November female to win this class. I think one, just in terms of a brood cow look, in terms of being three-dimensional, in terms of having some maternal traits. This is one that you really, really appreciate. Nice refined udder there. You know, we're just in Novembers. These things don't need to be busting open quite yet. But I appreciate the refinement there that she's got underneath her. Really an impressive cow prospect. The most powerful hipped female that I think we've seen up to this point today. A young lady's heifer that's going to come out here in second. Another one that matches her in terms of foot size, in terms of bone work, in terms of her depth through her center body and rib. She just doesn't have the balance of the one that we start with. She's a little tighter, a little more off right in behind that shoulder. Gets a little rounder there as she goes as well from hooks to pins. It kind of gets them hind legs in under ever so slightly. Heifer that we conclude with, I think a female that's probably leveler out of that hip than the one that goes right in front of her. She just gets a little outmassed, a little outpowered with those first two heifers. But a good final class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of class number 12. First place went to Trinipole Farms and Mercedes Ferree with STCC Serena's Gift. Second to Addison Bartlow with ALL Miss Blackwatch. Third to McCoy Landwer with MCCL Louise H102. Those were also our Champion and Reserves Champion Senior Yearlings, sponsored by Vestlane Farms. We're now ready to show for our Grand Champion Percentage Heifer of the 2022 Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes. Coming back into the ring at this time to compete for the Champion Percentage Heifer, our Junior Calf Champion female from Hannah Tremaine. Our Champion Senior Calf from Rocking P and Circle M Farms. Our Champion Summer Yearling female, exhibited by Rocking P Livestock and Circle M Farms. Our Champion Junior Yearling female, exhibited by Caitlin Cloud. And our Champion Senior Yearling female, exhibited by Trimble Farms and Mercedes Ferree. Parading the ring at this time are our Reserve Division champions. Our Reserve Senior Calf, exhibited by Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms. Our Reserve Summer Yearling female, exhibited by Cassidy Eagleburger. Our Reserve Champion Junior Yearling female from Bryce Mowbray. And our Reserve Champion Senior Yearling, exhibited by Addison Bartlow. Now coming into the ring are our division winners. Your Champion Junior Calf from Hannah Tremaine. Our champion senior calf, exhibited by Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms. Our reserve champion summer yearling female, exhibited by Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms. Our champion junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Caitlin Cloud. And our champion senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Trinipole Farms and Mercedes Free. As our judge is making the selection here, we would like to thank our sponsors. Our champion percentage heifer is sponsored by Simmentals of Ozark, Missouri, and our reserve champion percentage heifer is sponsored by Three Trees Farm of Murray, Kentucky.
Well, as we get ready to conclude your percentage female show, again, it's been an honor to get the opportunity to come and work with you Simmental breeders out here today. I know we still got to get it to plenty of bulls and the purebred show as well, but you knew that the percentage show would be good. I know the numbers are down just a little bit, but definitely the quality is certainly as good as anything that you're going to find at any show in the country. And so my hats are off to all the people involved, everybody that helped to put this deal together. You know, the weather's, it's hot, guys, it is, but I think we've got a good facility here. It's been comfortable out here today for these cattle. I think the cattle look good, they look great, and again, it's been a lot of fun to sort through them. You know, I won't spend a whole lot of time on the cattle. I think, you know, there's 3 or 4 of them out here that are certainly in contention. You know, young lady with the calf up front, she's got a nice future. Today's not her day, but I think there's some pieces, you know, that was a good way to start the morning. You could find one that had some look, that had a good structural base underneath her, and I think she certainly does those things really well and fits in with the rest of the cattle that we've got out here. You know, we move on down the line there a little bit, and, you know, I told you earlier that I'm a big fan of falls, especially this time of year. I think we found a great calf there to come out of that fall division, one that I like a great deal. I think so fresh in her kind out here today, still youthful in her look and in her pattern, a female that does a lot of the right things for me. The young lady's summer-born heifer that comes next, I think this one, too, gives you a good look. You know, at times she maybe wants to drop those pins and get in and under herself just a shot, but this young lady does a great job getting her stuck out here today and presented a heifer that you have to appreciate the qualities she's got. We get into our 2 older heifers here, and the heifer that comes out of that 4th division. You know, like we talked, that was a tough division. You know, I said there in class or in that division, maybe not just one that just really jumped out and hit me extremely hard, But for me, this was a heifer that had some balance, that had some quality in terms of a maternal look about her, one that you could take home, putting in a lot of different environments, and she's going to get the job done, one that I like a great deal. We move into our senior yearling, a female that I think, again, at the ground in terms of foot, in terms of bone, in terms of her angles, you appreciate. She's a stout, powerful donor cow looking one that we've got out here, and certainly in contention as well. If you would, give these guys all a big hand. I'll go out here and get you a champion in reserve. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Your grand champion percentage heifer of the 2022 Simmental Breeders Sweepstakes goes to Trinipole Farms and Mercedes Ferrari with STCC Serena's Gift 0173. Coming in the ring at this time in contention for reserve is Addison Bartlow's reserve champion senior yearling. Reserve Grand Champion female goes to Rockin' P Livestock and Circle M Farms with RPCMFM Stylish Love J08O. We're going to take a short picture break here before we go right into our percentage bull show. We're now ready to begin our percentage bull show of the day. We have entering the ring at this time, Class 13, a single entry. Bull born December 2021.
This was our bull calf on our champion pair earlier. You know, I talked about him then. One that's really powerful, really three-dimensional, a lot of muscle shape in this guy. He gets out and travels really well. You know, he's going to be plenty moderate, but that's okay. We'll compare him when we bring out some of the rest here in our champion drive here in just a few moments. But a really impressive single entry here in our first class of our percentage bull show.
In 13 is MCCL Macho Man J123, exhibited by McCoy Landwehr. Ready for Class 4. Following this class, we will be showing for our champion senior bull.
Nice trio of bulls out here. The young man's bull that we're going to start with, just from a balance and structure standpoint, I think he's the one that best suits me out here today. He's good in his foot size. He's good in his athleticism as he gets around the ring. I like him in his sheath as well there underneath. A bull that's got some shape and some dimension to go along with that. The pair to sort, second and third, I think there's a little more style, a little more look and presence in the young lady's bull here in second. You know, in comparison to our class winner, he's just a little tighter, a little more restricted out of that hip and hind leg as he goes. Within that bottom pair, though, I do like his angle and to his sheath there underneath in comparison to the bull that we conclude with. The young man's bull we're going to round out with, a long-bodied, extended one, the bull that does have some shape. It's just a little plainer to look at, maybe not quite as athletic in the way he handles that hip and hind leg in relation to the bull that starts the class, but a big testicled bull that's got a nice, useful look to him as well. Congratulations.
Results of Class 14. First place to Fire Sweep Simmental Ranch of Verona, Missouri with FSSR Vision King. Second to Adcock Land and Livestock with ALL Tulsa Time. And third to Lucre with MLCC Sancho. We're now showing for our champion senior bull calf.
Nice first division of these fall-born bulls here that these exhibitors bring out to us. You know, we talked them there pretty thorough. The real shapely, expressive bull that comes out of that first class, a really nice, big-bodied individual. You know, I just question, is he going to get big enough in the end? But there's a lot to like in this guy, just in terms of how he's put together, how he's built. He's a very complete, well-balanced individual. A long-bodied, extended one that gives you a good look is the young man's bull out of that second class. You know, we talked to him in that lineup. He was the soundest structured, loosest made one that we had out there. He's a bull that I'm going to go ahead and use to win this division. We'll bring that second back out of that class and give you one more look for reserve. Congratulations to him.
Champion your bull calf goes to
we bring that bull that was second to him, a long-bodied, extended one that's got some frame and got some grow to him. I'm going to go ahead and follow up our champion bull with the one that was second in that class, the young ladies. Congratulations.
Reserves champions senior bull calf goes to Adcock Land and Livestock. We're now ready to show Class 15 percentage bulls born February 2021. Have a single entry here. This will automatically also be our champion junior yearling bull.
Just a single entry here, this February yearling, one that's impressive. He's lean, he's raw, but I tell you what, there's a lot to like in this guy in terms of his build, in terms of his extension. A big testicle, big nutted individual there. You get in behind him, super clean in his sheath as well there underneath. A lot to like in this guy. You get in behind him, there's plenty of shape and turn to his skeleton as well. Nice bull to go ahead and win this division. Congratulations.
First in Class 15 and champion junior yearling bull goes to Boeing Cattle Company with Maverick. Up next is Class 16 with a single entry, so he will automatically be your champion senior yearling bull.
Another nice single entry bull that you like in terms of his shape as well. A long-bodied individual, one that can travel pretty good out of that front end as he gets out and goes. A bull that, you know, we'll compare him against a couple of others when we bring back these division winners and try to evaluate them a little better for you then. But give this guy a nice round of applause for his single entry division winner. Congratulations.
First in Class 16, our automatic champion senior yearling bull goes to Red River Farms and Wallace Company with WCC RRF Troubadour 0130H. Now entering the ring, Class 17. There'll be a single entry and her automatic champion 2-year-old bull.
Well, we didn't have many bulls to look at up to this point, but they've all brought some nice ones out here today. This one's the biggest bodied one that we've seen up to this point. Just tremendous in the amount of volume and dimension that he's got through the center part of his skeleton. Again, we'll study him a little closer when we bring these division winners back out. A nice way to wrap up our last division here in our Percentage Bull Show.
Winner of Class 17 and champion 2-year-old bull goes to Stevens Cattle and Simmental. We're now showing back for our Grand Champion Percentage Bull. This Grand Reserve Champion Percentage Bulls are sponsored by Rocking P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Back in the ring at this time will be our champion senior bull calf exhibited by Fire Sweep Simmental Ranch. Our champion junior yearling bull exhibited by Bowling Cattle Company. Our champion senior yearling bull exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company. And our champion 2-year-old bull exhibited by Circle M Farms, Stevens Beef Cattle, and Bramlett Simmentals.
Well, as we get ready to pick these champion and reserves out here in your percentage bull show, you know, we didn't, I think, only had 7 total in the whole deal. But I tell you what, there's an awful lot of quality, no doubt. We've kind of got a good crowd here gathered around to kind of see how this thing shakes out, and understandably so. I think you've got a couple of unique individuals out here in this lineup. You know, we'll just kind of start off at the front and hit on them a little bit. The young man's bull that comes out of that calf division, you know, we talked him first. I think he wins that division just in terms of his structure, in terms of a bull that's got some length of body and got some extension to go along with it. I'll be honest with you, he's probably not in contention out here today, because I think these 3 older bulls are certainly all really nice, so that's not to take anything away from this guy. Our bull that comes out of the next division, this one's probably the leanest and freshest one that we've got out here. I appreciate that about him. You know, you try to picture him, you know, if he had some more on him, just maybe what kind of potential he's got. I think there's a lot of potential in this guy. Super unique and attractive in the way his head and neck sits atop of that shoulder. Really good in the angle and set to his shoulder and down to his knee. He's the best in his sheath out here. He's the biggest testicled bull that we've got as well. And I think you ask these guys to get out and go. For me, he's probably the one that's the most correct and functional on all 4 corners of his skeleton. Like I said, is he a little leaner, a little rawer than the 2 big bulls standing right behind him? Yeah, no doubt. He kind of looks like he's maybe a little bit more in his working clothes, but this guy's got some shape. He's got some turn to his skeleton. He's got some boldness to his rib cage. Is he as massive as a couple of the 2 that stand right behind him? Probably not today, but that doesn't take him out of contention for me in this lineup. Young man's bull standing here in the 3rd hole. I think this one's pretty solid. I think, you know, it's hard to pick just a major hole in this guy. I think compared to bulls on either side of him, he's probably one that's a little more genuine in terms of that shape and dimension to his rib cage. He stands on a big foot and a stout bone. Is he as unique maybe as the bull up front? Probably not. Is he a little smaller testicled? He is. But along with that, the bull's got a tremendous amount of length of body. I like his foot size. I like his structure in terms of his angles to his shoulder and down to his knee. Just a really solid, well-balanced bull there to come out of that division. The big bull, the 2-year-old bull, massive in terms of that body, in terms of that rib cage. Just so powerful when you study him there through the center part of his skeleton. I guess for me, though, there's times that this bull gets a little more off in his front end, down through his knee, and wants to toe out just a shot there for me. Freshen him up just a little bit, but hey, he's a big bull that's been on the show road for a long time. There's still a lot of things to like in terms of that volume and mass that he's got through the center part of his skeleton. You know, we get back out here to pick a champion. Like I said, the numbers aren't big, but the quality's deep. You know, the best I can do is just go out here and show you the ones that I like the best out here today, the ones that I think could be the most unique and intriguing to turn that next generation to market some high-end cattle. I think we've got a tremendous lineup. Again, I know you've all got your favorites. I'll show you how I like them out here today. Put your hands together. Give these breeders a big round of applause for an impressive percentage Simmental bull show.
Your grand champion percentage bull goes to Bowling Cattle Company with Maverick. Reserve Grand Champion Percentage Bull exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Co. with WCC RRF Troubadour 0130H. We're going to move right into our percentage groups. We just have a couple of those. First, we have a single entry for the best bred and owned pair from McCoy Landwehr. Again, in the ring right now, we have the best bred and owned pair, single entry from McCoy Landwehr. We're now showing our produce of dam. We have two entries in the ring. First, we have an entry from Adcock Land and Livestock on J6RA Miss Blackwatch B203, and an entry from Trinipole Farms on HF Serena. Two entries in our produce of dam. Again, we'd like to congratulate our Percentage Bull champions. Our grand champion Percentage Bull was owned by Bowling Cattle Company, Bloomberg Cattle, Porter Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Toll Show Cattle. Our reserve champion was exhibited by Red River Farms and Wallace Cattle Company. First place in our produce of dam class went to Trinipole Farms, second to Adcock Land and Livestock. We're now going to take a short break for some pictures, and we'll be ready to move into our purebred show. We're now ready to begin the Purebred Bull Show. Starting the day with Class 20, Purebred Bull, born June of 2021, single entry. He'll also be your automatic champion intermediate bull.
A yearling bull here to start off our purebred show. A muscular, big top, big-ended type of individual that's got some foot and got some bone. Gives you a real impressive look up front in terms of just his head and neck set that he's got. You know, he could flex and travel just a little freer and easier. Maybe like to give him a little bigger there in his testicles as well. But a nice bull there at the stand in terms of being three-dimensional. We'll compare him when we get him back out in this champion drive here in a little while. Congratulations.
First in Class 20 and our champion intermediate bull goes to Elmore Cattle Services and Paulson Cattle Company with PAL ECS All Right. Now ready for Class 21. These will be bulls born in March 2021. We have 2 entries in this class.
Nice pair of bulls here in this purebred lineup as well. I really like the young lady's calf that we're going to use to start with. I think at first he hits you as one that's just really unique in terms of his presence, super smooth in his muscle pattern, but yet there's still a lot to this guy. He's big topped, he's thick-ended, he's a bull that's got body, he's got rib. His biggest advantage and the thing that I appreciate him the most about is just how fluid and flexible he is. Yes, he's better structured than the bull there in second, but I think on an individual basis, this is kind of how you want one built in terms of the set to his knee, his foot size, the shape to his toe, the angle that he's got to his hock. A pretty nice bull to go ahead and lead things off with. Young man's bull there that comes in second. Probably a shot bigger testicle. Appreciate that about him, no doubt. A bull that's extremely long and extended. Just not the balance and the style and the presence in him that the bull that we used to start with. And then when you set these cattle out on the go and ask them to lead, he does get just a little tighter, a little more restricted in the way he handles those rear two. Good pair. Really like the one that we start with. Congratulations.
First in Class 21 went to Claire Morgan with RP CMFM Perfect Timing J016. Second went to Helm Farms with Helm Farms Stillwater 200J. Now ready for Class 22, Purebred Bulls, born January to February 2021. We have 2 entries.
Another nice pair of these bulls here. The young lady's bull, again, one just in terms of his pattern, in terms of his design there to stand. I think he sets himself apart. I think he's the bull that ties in stronger and bolder there behind his shoulder. From there up front, he's just really youthful and attractive about that head and neck and the way the bottom of that chest floor ties into his skeleton. A big hipped individual that's got the right kind of angles. When you get him in motion, he does want to get outside of that skeleton just ever so slightly, but that's just trying to find a hole in this guy out here today. Bull that I really like. The young man's bull calf here in the second hole, probably a shot bigger footed, probably a shot heavier boned than the one that we start with. Just doesn't have the balance, doesn't have the, just doesn't tie it all together quite as nicely. Wants to kind of get up in his spine a little bit when you set him into motion there. Gets a little rounder from hooks to pins, but a good pair there of purebred bulls as well. Congratulations.
Results of Class 22. First place went to Braylon Berlowitz and XTB Cattle Company and Elmore Cattle Service on I Reckon 043J. Second went to Erickson Stock Farm with Rust Manowar 7J. We're now ready to show back for our champion junior yearling bull. Have those class winners back in the ring.
Really nice division of these purebred bulls out here. Just the two class winners and their respective seconds, and not taking anything away from them, but it comes down to the ones that got the nod out of those classes there in that lineup. The bull that comes out of that first class, you know, we talked him there earlier, a bull that I think's really nice in terms of his angles, in terms of his flexibility there at the ground. Compare him to the bull right behind him. He does have a shot more foot size, a shot more bone out here today than the bull that stands there directly there behind him. Within that pair, though, you get them out here side by side. He's maybe not as massive in terms of his rib cage. He's maybe not quite as clean in his sheath and as big in his testicles as the bull standing there right behind him. But I do like his advantages in terms of that foot shape, in terms of that bone work and dimension there that he's got. The bull out of that second class, you know, he is just a shot frailer there, down to that ankle and down to that pastern than the bull that stands right in front of him. Maybe just a shot deeper there in his chest floor as well, but I think he still fits and balances up really, really well. So massive in that center body and rib. You get in behind these cattle, and this bull's got a lot of dimension and turn down his top. He's the bigger testicled bull as well of that pair. I'll give them one more look. I'll show you how I like them, but give these purebred bull exhibitors a nice hand. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Champion Yearling Bull goes to Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. Reserve Junior Champion Bull goes to Claire Morgan with RPCMFM Perfect Timing. Class 23 is a scratch, so we're going into Class 24, purebred bulls born December 2020. Have a single entry. This will be your automatic champion 2-year-old bull. Following this class, we'll be ready to show for our Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion purebred bulls.
Nice single entry 2-year-old bull that we've got out here in this last division. A bull that comes to us kind of in his working clothes. You know, there's not a lot there in terms of hair, in terms of condition, but I tell you what, this guy makes up for it in terms of athleticism. Super flexible and functional in his build. When you set this guy into motion, just has a real breeding bull, beef bull kind of a look to him out here today. Congratulations. We'll get him another look when we bring back these champions in our champion bull show. Congratulations.
Class 1 first place goes to XTB Cattle Company, Fenton Farms, JS Simmentals, and Elmore Cattle Services. We're now ready to show for our Grand Champion purebred bull. Coming back to the ring, we have our intermediate champion from Elmore Cattle Services and Paulson Cattle. Our champion junior yearling bull from Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. And our champion 2-year-old bull from XTB Cattle Company, Fenton Farms, JS Simmentals, and Elmore Cattle Services. Our Grand Champion Purebred Bull is sponsored by Simmentals of Ozark, Missouri. Our Reserve Grand Champion Purebred Bull is sponsored by McGregor Livestock Farms of Doylestown, Ohio.
Nice purebred bull show, no doubt. Again, numbers weren't just huge, but certainly some quality. And you know, when you've got quality, it really makes it easy to sort for a judge in my position. You know, you can just talk the cattle, and be honest, tell everybody what you see, what you like, and what you don't like, and move on. You know, we're not out here to try to please each and every person that comes in and out of the ring. Unfortunately, we've got to have winners and losers out there today, and I think, you know, when the numbers aren't big, sometimes it's a little tougher to take. I do get that, you know, because honestly, you wouldn't have brought these cattle if you weren't proud of them. And my hats are off to each and every one of you. I know we still got the Purebred Females to get into, but it's been a tremendous show. The Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes, no doubt. Again, an honor to get to sort them. We get back here to these purebred bulls, and a bull that comes out of that first division, you know, we talked, one that's as impressive as anything in terms of just bone and mass there at the ground. Big-bodied individual that's got some muscle shape. I think comparative to the rest of the cattle out here, you know, he's one that we can probably pick the most holes in. Not taking anything away from him, but one that gets a little tighter, a little more restricted in the way he handles that rear one-third out here in relation to some of the other cattle. But a bull that still offers some quality, I think fits into this lineup really well. The tough decision of the day, and it was where we just had more cattle, and obviously good ones, was that third division there, the intermediate division. And you know, I went ahead and used this young lady's bull to start. I think one that's just so smooth in his makeup, so smooth in his pattern, gives you a real youthful, impressive, striking look up through that front one-third as well. You get in behind the cattle, and he's still stout. He's still powerful for a purebred bull that's really good in his sheath, good in his testicles, probably as good in his sheath and testicles as what we've got out here in the lineup. You know, like we said, there's times he wants to get just a shot outside of that skeleton. I'm not going to hold that against him too bad out here today, because I've seen him get around this ring as well and feel that track as good as any of them. But, you know, that's just trying to pick a little bit of a hole in him out here amongst the lineup. The big bull that comes out of that last division, no doubt this one, in terms of his athleticism, can reach and feel that track as good as any of them. Does he maybe balance up as good as bulls on either side, including the reserve division out of that middle class there? Probably not. You know, he's a shot deeper chested. He's got a little bit more sheath to him. But this guy's got a lot of good parts and pieces to him. One that's certainly in contention out here today as well. And then our reserve bull that we talked there, you know, that was a tough decision to make. He's got some foot, got some bone that I really like. I think just didn't mass up maybe quite as well as the one that we used to win that division. But for me, it comes down to these three older bulls here. I'll give them one more look and get you a champion in reserve. Give these purebred bull exhibitors a big hand. I'll show you how we like them.
Grand Champion Purebred Bull goes to Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle, Elmore Cattle Services, with I Reckon 043J. Reserve Grand Champion goes to Claire Morgan with RP CMFM Perfect Timing J016. We'll take a short picture break here for our bulls and then go right into our Purebred Female show. We're now back to our Purebred Heifer show. Our first class of the day is Class 25. These are Purebred Heifers born February to March of 2022. This class will automatically be our champion junior calf. This division is sponsored by Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky.
We get things started here in our purebred show. Class of these 5 heifers out here, a really nice way to start with these young ones. You know, at this stage of the game, I don't think you necessarily have to be the stoutest or the biggest bodied. I think youthfulness and correctness in terms of how they're built are very, very important. And for me, this young lady's heifer that we start with, I think if we can find a bunch of them that look like her all day long, it's going to be a really impressive show as we conclude up here with your purebred females. This one gives you an awesome look. She's so good balanced and so good structured. You know, she just fits right where she should be. I think the future for this female, just in terms of how she's made, she's got some width, she's got some dimension to go along with it. Just a really nice place to start. I think the heifer that follows her in terms of her athleticism and her flexibility is the young man's Bronco-faced one here that's coming out here next. I think within that pair, though, there's times this one today just wants to maybe get up a shot in her back and kind of drop her pins and get in under. She's probably the bigger-bodied heifer of that pair out here today. I read a little more future in the one that we used to start with, but I like this top pair awful lot. The heifer that's going to come out here in third, this one's got the most muscle. She's got the most shape and expression down her top and out of her hip. She's probably the biggest foot in the heaviest bone. With that, though, she gets a little piecier. She's a little rounder. She's a little coarser in her joint work. Just doesn't maybe have as much flexibility and cushion there at the ground as some of those top two females do. The young man's heifer coming next. Long, extended, angular type of female. Just gets a little more uncoordinated as well. And how she handles that hind leg just hits me with a look of being one that's just going to be a shot harder keeping on down the road. But I like that one's extension. I like her pattern out here today. The heifer that we're going to conclude with at the stand, I like her bone. I like her foot size. Of this class, though, she's the one for me that just doesn't do it good enough structurally to get up any higher. Nice class. Good way to start off our purebred show.
Results of Class 25. First place went to Erickson Stock Farm with TESF Lady Liberty, K701. She'll also be your junior calf champion. Second place went to Erickson Stock Farm with TESF Epic Dawn, K891. She'll be your reserve champion junior calf. Third place went to Lou Kerr. Fourth place to Mad Luke Cattle Company and Double Image Cattle Company. And fifth place to H2OS Farm and Mad Luke Cattle. We're now showing Class 26 purebred heifers born November to December 2021.
Nice class as we get started into the fall-born division here in the heifer calf deal. A good place to start, again, just from a balance and kind and structure standpoint. Young lady's heifer is the one I like out here today. Just a little cleaner in her pattern, a little nicer design female than the heifer there in second. Heifer in second travels well. I like that about her. She too's athletic. Just gets a little plainer through her front 1/3. Balance gets thrown off just ever so slightly with a little navel there underneath. But a good pair of cattle. A nice way to start off that fall heifer calf division.
First place in Class 26 went to Piper Steel with Legend. Second to Jacob Pointer with ADF Mint Julep. Next is Class 27, heifers born October 2021.
Another good pair of these fall-born heifers. The one we start with, I like this heifer quite a bit. Again, in terms of her angles, in terms of her flexibility and kind, I think she really sets herself apart out here against her contemporary there right behind her. A up-headed, attractive one as well, that's got a good maternal look when you study her there through the center part of her skeleton. You know, I guess if I'm going to get ultra critical on her, you know, and it doesn't really bother me, but she's a shot low-pinned compared to maybe some cattle that we might see, but at the same time, that really kind of helps enable that flexibility and comfort that she's got there to ground. I think this one is really nice. Young man's heifer that's going to come here in second. I think from a body and rib standpoint, she's very similar. She's good in her forerib. She's good in the center part of her rib cage and back through that flank. It's her structure that works her to second out here today. Just a little too tight, a little too restricted for me. Good pair of cattle. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results of Class 27. First place went to Eric Schaefer with ALL Precious 191J. Second to Blake Steele with Steel Lady 28J. Entering the ring now is Class 28, purebred heifers born September of 2021. At the conclusion of this class, we'll be showing for our champion senior calf.
Another nice pair out here, and I'm going to start with this white socked one. I think just a little more femininity look about her, a little more presence about her as well. Really a long spined, extended one that's good in her shoulder. She's good out of her hip. I think this one's just lines are a little more ideal for me out here today. Good place to start in this class. Young lady's heifer there that's going to go second. Big bodied, easy keeping, broody one. Just gets a little plainer, a little coarser made for me out here today, but a good class. Nice job to both of those exhibitors as well.
The results of Class 28. First place went to Sash Dowling with VLF Betsy 18J. Second place went to Kendall Forgy with FSSR Daisy May. We're now ready to show for our champion senior calf. This division is sponsored by Metzger Cattle Company of Rockfield, Kentucky.
good division of these fall heifer calves out here, and we bring all three of these class winners and the seconds back out here to get you a champion in reserve. And for me, champion's pretty easy. I think we've got an outlier just in terms of her quality and her kind. She really sets herself apart. For me, the hard decisions to make is reserve, and I think all three of the remaining cattle have got some things that you like that you know could play into a factor of getting a piece of this division when it's all said and done. I'll take another look. We'll get you a champion real quick, and then we'll pick your reserve. But if you would, guys, go ahead and give these fall calf exhibitors a nice big hand.
Champion senior calf goes to Eric Schaefer with ALL Precious 191J. Reserve senior champion female goes to Sash Dowling with VLF Betsy 18J. We're now showing Class 29 purebred heifers born May of 2021. We got 3 entries in this class, and this will also be our champion summer and reserve champion summer yearling females. This division sponsored by McGregor Livestock Farms of Doylestown, Ohio.
Really a good pair of mays that we bring back out here, and I think you get both of these cattle parked at the profile, and I think there's a lot of similarities amongst them. I think both of these cattle are pretty even in terms of rib shape, in terms of depth of body, and the lines that they give you here from the side. for me, when you get in behind these cattle, the young lady's heifer that we're going to start with has got quite a bit more width, quite a bit more muscle shape, and just true dimension when you study her down her top, out of her hip, and down through that lower stifle. Young lady's heifer here in second. Like I said, they're at the profile. They're very similar. They both give you a good look. They're up-headed. They're attractive, feminine females. You get in behind these cattle, though, and this one wants to taper from hooks to pins, just narrow up some there underneath. Good pair of cattle. Congratulations to both of them.
First place in Class 29 and our champion summer yearling female went to Rocking P Livestock with Rocking P Valentine J065. Second and reserve champion summer yearling female went to Addison Bartlow with LAA LJR Miss Crocus 100J. We're now showing Class 30. These are purebred heifers born February to March of 2021.
Another really, really high quality pair of them. Maybe as high quality of a pair in this purebred show in class that we've seen up to this point out here today. The young lady that we're going to start with, you know, this female hit me hard when she come in the ring, just in terms of that flexibility and athleticism that she's got. You know, for a high percentage female, this one's knee and shoulder is set into her skeleton really, really well. I really like her and the way she handles her hip and her hind leg. I think that's where her advantage lies over the heifer there in second. She's leveler and longer out of that hip, a little more ideal. Not that this one doesn't have a good hind leg, but this young lady's heifer is just a little more ideal out here today. A big-bodied, broody one still gives you an impressive look out there in the ring. Heifer here in second. Again, I like both these heifers a lot. I think this one just maybe doesn't balance up quite as good as the one up front. She's pushing a little more chest there, and that lower 1/3 gets just a shot rounder and lower in her pin set there when you study her and get right in behind these cattle. That's a good pair there that could stand a whole lot more competition as we move on in the day. Congratulations to both of them.
First in Class 30 was Morgan Jackson with LKCC Miss Crystal's Remedy 44J. Second went to McKenna Richardson with UDE Kansas 37J. We're now showing Class 31, Heifers born January of 2021.
Pretty straightforward class for me here as we get into the last one of this division, and we're going to go ahead and start with this young lady's black heifer. Just again, from a quality and balance standpoint, a depth of body standpoint, she's got all those advantages in her favor. We'll go ahead and use her. She's the big-footed, stout-boned one that's long and extended up front. You know, if we could nitpick her, she gets maybe just a little rounder out of that hip for me than maybe compared to a few we've seen today. But in this lineup, she wins handily out here. Congratulations, young lady, on that class winner. The red heifer is another logical second. She's long, she's extended, she's got a nice brood cow look about her, a female that's got enough foot, got enough bone. I just like her extra extension and length and scale to go ahead and keep her in the middle of the class. Not as much style, not as much balance as the one that we used to start with, but a good heifer there in the second hole. Young lady's black heifer got some rib shape, some curvature through that center skeleton. She just gives up some advantages structurally. Not enough performance in her either to get her up much higher, but a nice class. Congratulations to those three.
Class 31 results. First place to Cameron Clapp with STCC TGF Rory. Second to Addison Barlow with LO LJR Proud Mary. Third place to Addison Humble with STCC Miss Colleen. We're now showing for our champion junior yearling. This division is sponsored by Top Hat Simmentals of Deweyville, Utah.
deep lineup out here in this division drive. Good group of cattle all the way through. You know, that first class we talked an impressive pair that we had in that lineup, and a good class winner to come out of that second class. And nothing against the redhead, but it's going to come down to these three black ones here in the end. And within that trio, I think that there's a female for me that, just in terms of her unique look, in terms of one that's so good at the ground and her flexibility, and yet still got some mass and still got some dimension and some maternal traits about her. There's one that suits me a great deal. I'll go out and show you the champion. We'll give them another look for reserve. If you would, put your hands together, and I'll get you a couple of them. Thank you.
The champion junior yearling female exhibited by Morgan Jackson with LKCC Miss Crystal's Remedy 44J.
We get down to this last pair here, that second and the class winner out of our last class, and I think within that pair there's certainly some trade-offs amongst them. The heifer that stands second to our division winner, you know, for me, I think within that pair is probably a little more ideal in the way she handles her hind leg, the way she flexes it and uses it out here in the ring. The heifer that comes out of that second class, extremely long and extended up through that front 1/3, massive in terms of her center rib cage and dimension. I think it's a close pair. You could go either way, and I wouldn't tell you that you were wrong. Just use the one that you like out here today. For me, I'm going to keep that pair together out of that first class. I like both of them a great deal. Congratulations.
Reserve champion junior yearling female comes from McKenna Richardson with UDE Kansas 37J. Next in the ring is going to be Class 32. These are purebred heifers born in November of 2020.
Nice pairs. We move into these senior yearlings. I'm going to start with the big-legged, big-footed one here. Go ahead and lead off with her. I think she's a female that just gives me a little easier keeping, easier fleshing type of a look. She's big-ribbed, bold-sprung type of female. Not the prettiest thing we've seen all day, but that's okay. I like this one just from her shoulders back in terms of that center body and dimension. Young man's browner tinged heifer here that's going to come out next. One that's got some rib shape and some curvature through that center skeleton. She just gets a little frailer, a little plainer to look at, but still a good quality pair of cattle there. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
First in Class 32 went to Jacob Pointer with ADF Heartthrob. Second place to Blake Steele with Steele Sadie 27H. Entering the ring now is our final class of the day. was a heifer born September of 2020. Following this class, we'll go into our champion senior yearling, followed up by our champion drive.
Well, last class of the day, you never know what to expect, but this young lady brought us one to make things a little interesting here as we get ready to conclude the day. Big-bodied, sound, loose-structured one, lot to like in this heifer. We'll compare against a few others here in just a little bit, but congratulations to her on this class winner.
First in Class 33. Went to Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, and B&K Farm / Ivy & Sons. We're now ready to show our champion senior yearling. This division is sponsored by Sincere Livestock Designs of Beloit, Wisconsin.
Nice way to wrap up with this last division of our purebred females. You know, we bring these three back out here. It's all we had, but I think they're well represented for a senior yearling lineup out here. It comes down to the two class winners, taking nothing away from that second. But within that pair, it's a pretty big gap for me. Young lady in the pink, you're going to be champion. Young man, you'll be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Champion senior yearling went to Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, B&K Farms, and Ivy & Sons. Reserve champion senior yearling went to Jacob Pointer. Parading through the ring at this time are our reserve division winners. Our reserve champion junior calf, entry number 78 from Erickson Farm. Reserve champion senior calf, entry 1093 from Sash Dowling. Reserve champion summer yearling from Addison Bartlow. Reserve champion junior yearling from McKenna Richardson. And a reserve champion senior yearling from Jacob Pointer. Again, we would like to thank all of our sponsors for the day. In our champion drive, our grand champion purebred heifer is going to be sponsored by Adcock Land and Livestock, and our reserve champion purebred heifer sponsored by Rocking P Livestock. Entering in the ring at this time, in contention for the Grand Champion Purebred Female of the 2022 Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes, our Champion Junior Calf, entry number 76 from Erickson Stock Farm. Our Champion Senior Calf from Eric Schaefer. Our Champion Summer Yearling from Rocking P Livestock. Our Champion Junior Yearling, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. And our Champion Senior Yearling, exhibited by Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle, Elmore Cattle, B&K Farms, Ivy & Sons.
Well, as we get ready to wrap it up, I know we still got a Supreme drive to do here in just a few moments, but once again, it's truly been an honor to get out here to sort through your Breeders' Sweepstakes Open show for you. Again, my hat's off to everybody that's helped to put this thing on, the staff, the breeders, the sponsors. It's not an easy task. Y'all moved this thing out here to Springfield, and we was blessed with maybe one of the hottest summers on record as well. But I tell you what, these cattle and these exhibitors, to me, have been comfortable. Myself, we've been comfortable out here today. It's been a great day to show and exhibit some of these genetics that you all have had. And, as we get into this purebred show, I'm a firm believer that we still need purebred cattle. The numbers kind of start to dwindle a little bit as we start to bring in some percentage deals, and that's all fine and dandy, but I am a firm believer when it gets down to breeding good cattle, you've still got to have purebreds to make those good percentages, regardless of what breed you're messing with. We at home, we've kind of reverted back to trying to breed a few more, the purebred females and the purebred bulls, just to have those genetics available for that next generation. I think that's really, really important, and it's always fun to evaluate the purebred cattle and kind of see the strides that you've made within your breed. And again, my hats are off to you. Once again, it's been a tremendous lineup of cattle. I'm not asking each and every one of you to agree with me. I'm sure you haven't, but I do hope that you've been able to maybe follow along. What I say is what you see, that you can understand where I'm coming from with what I'm trying to do and how we sort and evaluate these cattle. If we all wanted them the same, it wouldn't be really a whole lot of fun to come to these things if we didn't all think that we had a fighting chance. And I firmly believe that each and every one of you showed up here hoping that you could win and come home with a banner, whether that be a class, division, supreme, breed, whatever it may be. And my hat's off to you. Again, there's no secret. We all know each other. We're all friends and family here at the end of the day. There's a bunch of you around here that I grew up. You judged me many a times. And there's a bunch of you still around here that will, judge my cattle. Like I said, I'm not here to make everybody happy. Dang sure not here to try to make everybody mad. I just hope you can follow along and respect what I've tried to do out here for you today. Get back here to the cattle. Again, awesome lineup, even from this first calf. When she hit the ring, I latched a hold of that one. I think that one's got a nice future. Keep working with that thing. She's not in the hunt out here today. But that one's got some quality. She's got some look. She fits into this lineup that we've got out here. I think the remaining four, you can do a lot of different things. There's a couple of those reserves that we just paraded out here that, if you swapped a division or two, it might change things up a little bit. I wouldn't argue with you, man. Those are quality cattle. Like I said, we all want them just a little bit different. I think that the goal is to take that next gen, take that animal, breed that one, and make another good one. That's what we're here to try to do, is to improve that next generation. And that's not up to me. That's up to each and every one of you around the ringside. I'm just telling you the ones that I like out here today. With that said, we're not going to talk each and every one of them. There's a pair of them that have hit me hard, and I'm going to keep riding with them. I like them fresh. They don't have to be the hairiest or the wildest looking things. They need to be sound. They need to make cows. There's one out here that hits me hard. In that regard, I'll show you which one that is, and we'll get you a reserve as well. Give these exhibitors and breeders a big hand. I'll show you how I like them.
Your Grand Champion Purebred Heifers, exhibited by Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle, Elmore Cattle, B&K Farms, and Ivy & Sons. It's LMF Hazley, HO 222. Congratulations. That Grand Champion Purebred Heifer was sponsored by Adcock Land and Livestock. Reserve Grand Champion Heifer, exhibited by Morgan Jackson with LKCC Miss Crystal's Remedy 44J. Our Reserve Grand Champion Female was sponsored by Rockin' P Livestock.
On behalf of the board members of the Breeders' Sweepstakes, we as a board would like to thank all you new exhibitors for coming here to Springfield and making this a really nice event. And the quality of cattle that came here are ones that compete at the national level, and that's just awesome to see at a summer show. The board had a challenging year. We always had the sweepstakes for 30 years, I guess, in Louisville, Kentucky, and we kind of wanted to start rotating it around, and we had discussion, and we wanted to go to different regions and mainly try to get young people involved in this great event. We look at it as a family atmosphere. We look at it as a place to come and kind of let your hair down and have good events and enjoy things. And it was challenging by going to a new location, changing coordinators, and with that said, Chance Udowski has done a wonderful job over the last 6 months pulling this together. He basically started at scratch, and the board and other people along with that helped him, but we had as good a chairman this past year as we could have had, and that would be Ryan Hefner. He put endless hours in this event along with Chance Udowski, and like I say, once again, they pulled this off, and we all appreciate it. Ryan, if you'd come up here, we have a small token for your services. If you'll come out in the ring, we'd like to present this to you. Let's give him a nice round of applause. He's done an awesome job. Ryan, if you would, open this and show the crowd what you got.
I'm scared, I'm going to be honest.
It'll be okay. Megan's going to love you for it. That will be nice in your front yard. Ryan, just so you know, Ryan and Megan, they have a lot of little things in their yard. And we thought, Craig McCallum actually thought pink flamingos would fit nice. So let's give him another nice round of applause.
One more thing that is very unique here to the Simmental Breeders' Sweepstakes that we've done since the inception is the presentation of the Herdsmen Award, something that all these gentlemen that are standing here to my right, along with myself, has won in the past. And as we go through this, we try to, I know some of these guys up here may not look like the most work-brutal ones up here, but they all do a good job whenever it comes to getting that work done at home. And the amount of prestigious people that have won this award as you look through your program is something that I guess is, as a past winner, I'm truly honored to have gotten to participate in. It's somebody that, as we present this award, it's somebody that takes the win, that has a lot of drive, a tremendous amount of work ethic, and just absolutely loves this cattle industry and this show in particular, this Simmental Breeders' Sweepstakes. There's not one person, I think, in this barn that I could think more is deserving of this particular award than our Herdsman of the Year for this year at the Simmental Breeders' Sweepstakes, and that person is going to be Lindsay Phillips.
We're now showing for the Nick Overpeck Memorial Supreme Champion Female of the Supreme Champion of the Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes. Back in the ring competing for this title at this time. We have our champion percentage female, exhibited by Trinipole Farms and Mercedes Furry. We have our champion percentage bull. Where's all the list of exhibitors? Exhibited by Bowling Cattle, Bloomberg, Porter Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Toll Show Cattle. We have Grand Champion Purebred Bull, exhibited by Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. And our Grand Champion Percentage Female, or Purebred Female, exhibited by Braylon Berlowitz, XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, B&K Farms, and Ivy and Sons.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll look on your inside front cover before we pick the Supreme Champion Female, that of course all the people that's won the the Supreme Champion Award, and I know there's many people out here that raise cattle every day, and of course Nick Overpeck. If some of you younger ones didn't meet him, you sure need to find somebody here or back home, or I'm sure a lot of the people that's had judging teams know, of course, the history of Nick Overpeck. They probably haven't met him, but they know him as, of course, he was the top individual in a judging contest and still holds that record, if I remember right. Of course, Nick was a very good competitor that did excellent. Of course, sometimes he wasn't very well liked, but he was a hard goer and he was very tough. To add to that, all of you, of course, that showed against no Overpeck sure respected him, even though he was very competitive. I know, of course, we lost a friend here a little bit time ago, and I know the first time I've been to Nick Overpeck's place in Clinton, Indiana, I met the Jim Bloomberg. Now, I know we lost a friend, and of course, we were thinking about him to now, and I know an individual, Blake, is also out here. Matter of fact, both of them is a judge, the past sweepstakes, and they had to pick the Supreme Champion as well. So this is a big honor. You go to Simmental shows across the country, and very many Supreme Champions are picked. This is one of the special ones. It is a role model for many, many breeds, and this is a big, big award and a great, great man. And I know our judge today has done an excellent job, of course, picking all these champions that we've got here in the lineup. Of course, Nick was very passionate about showing cattle and breeding cattle, and of course this award was in his honor, and you can see since 2001 since 2021, and this is 19, of course, 22. We have picked a Supreme Champion female. As you can see, a lot of those females in our breed is in a lot of the pedigrees across the barn, across the United States, and I'm sure in some of these pedigrees as well. So I want everybody to give a big hand, and of course, for Nick Overpack, all the people that worked for him. There's many in this barn. And I think visiting with Pearl yesterday, one of the other places that she and I met him at a very quick date there soon after that of me going to Clinton, Indiana, was a show down in Texas. And Pearl, I don't think that we beat him. We were sure out standing there with him. That was many years ago. So I want everybody to put their hands together. Thank you for the Supreme Champion Award, a Memorial Award of course, Nick Overpack. And we want to thank, of course, Jim Bluebird, that was one of his first employees. We'll turn it back over to the judge. Again, give them all a big hand before we select the Supreme Champion here at the Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes 2022.
Well, guys, I ain't gonna say a whole lot more. I want to say thank you for getting the opportunity to come out here and sort through the open breeder sweepstakes. You know, I've always kind of idolized this show a little bit and kept up with it throughout the years. Again, I think it's you know, you breeders do a tremendous job of exhibiting these cattle. I think the Simmental breed in general has probably made it the greatest strides and improvement in your cattle over the past 30, 40 years as any breed out there. And so my hat's off to you. Again, I'm not going to go back through and talk these cattle. They speak for themselves. I'll go out here and get you a Supreme. If you would, give them a big round of applause.
Your Supreme Champion Simmental of the 2022 Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes was exhibited by Bowling Cattle Company, Bloomberg Cattle, Porter Cattle, Jones Show Cattle, and Toll Show Cattle on Maverick. At this time, we'd like to recognize our Denny Benute Memorial Premier Breeder. This year's Premier Breeder is Miss Josie Phillips. As well, this year's Premier Exhibitor of the 2022 Simmental Breeder Sweepstakes goes to Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock. And we'd like to thank all the sponsors, exhibitors, and our judge for coming out and making this a top-notch event for the year.